I am going to run back upstairs and grab my coffee out of the microwave, and I shall return momentarily.
Good morning.
Morning, George.
Randy said he had some barista duties at a different part of his house, but there he is.
Yes, I was inadequately coffeed. So it looks like the gang's all here. We'll start this morning's meeting, October 22nd, BOCC, with public comment. Do we have any public comment? Seeing none, we can move into our 9:05 work session to discuss the 2021 Clear Creek County budget. Brent Worthington.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to run through what should be a pretty brief overview of the 2021 budget. Since the board has been heavily involved with this process from the beginning, the summary slides that I prepared to support the draft of the general fund and road and bridge budget in the packet should be pretty familiar to everyone involved. I need to preface by saying this is still a work in progress. We're waiting to meet with the Open Space Commission later this week to finalize that portion of the budget. And I'm still waiting for just a couple of loose ends on the Health and Human Services budget. But everything is probably at least 95% complete at this point. And the culmination will come 2 weeks from today when we present the complete budget at public hearings scheduled for November 10th. So let me grab your screens here real quick. The primary focus today is going to be general fund and road and bridge fund, with that focus primarily on the general fund because it's the largest segment of the budget, also the most complex portion of what we deal with. So if I can get there we go. This year in the general fund, we're showing a property tax decrease of $260,000. This has been anticipated due to the slowdown in production at the Henderson mine. That's offset to a certain degree by about a 5% increase in sales tax, which totals about $78,000. In the operating expenses, we didn't budget any form of a cost of living increase this year. And other operating expenses, due to the hard work of the entire management team, has decreased a little over 5%. That's good. I mean, that's very good at this point. And let me make a quick statement in regards to operating expenses. Best practices for local government budgeting state that in order to have a healthy budget, annual revenues need to be sufficient to cover operating expenses. In other words, we need to have a balance in the revenue to operating expenses so that we can ensure that we pay the salaries, keep the lights on and the doors open, and maintain the basic functions of the local government. In the past, when I've looked at past budgets, that distinction has kind of been lost with the inclusion of capital expenses. My preference is to carve out the operating expenses, present them first in the budget, and then show the operating surplus before we get into capital and other items. So in the 2021 budget, there's a very healthy capital surplus. And again, that's good because then we get to prioritize and select the capital projects that are brought forward based on needs and priorities. And if we need to dip into unassigned fund balance to fund capital, that's okay. That's a whole lot better than having to use fund balance to supplement operating expenses. So after operating expenses, the amount available for general fund capital, we selected projects totaling $423,325. So that's a good balance. That's a good mix of capital. It's about $1 million, $1.1 million less than the 2020 budget, but we selected capital projects to fund based on the highest needs and where we could get the most bang for our buck. Again, on the revenue side, as I said, the property tax continues to decrease. Here's how it's charted out. As you know, property tax money gets allocated out to 4 different funds: general, road and bridge, open space, and social services. This chart shows the breakdown of that and reconciles the total mill levy. The continuing impact of this decline in property taxes, for now, budgeting a growing expenditures budget is unsustainable. As we've spoken about several times before, we're in a period where we need to contract operating budgets in order to realign and rebalance with available revenue. This year, we've made a really good start on that. We'll continue that budget contraction next year, and depending on how things look after we develop the 2022 budget, we might be able to relax at least to a point where we can stabilize the operating budget and then maybe look at a small amount of growth in the 1 to 2% neighborhood moving forward. Because I mean, the reality is that expenditures increase, inflation happens, and it's unrealistic to say we're going to stabilize the budget at a specific level forever and ever, because that just doesn't work. And, to be fair, revenues will also increase, particularly when we catch up with the Henderson mine production decreases. We'll get to a point where the assessments on the other county property taxes will increase, hopefully, as the real estate market remains healthy, and as sales taxes continue to increase. We should get to a point reasonably quickly where we can forecast smaller but real increments of revenue increase, and then we can match those with the expansion of the expenditures budget. So it's tough work getting there, but my model shows that we can get there. We've made a really good start at getting there, and I think that we can see that structural rebalancing within the next couple of years. So overall, that's about as good news as we can get, particularly given that revenue trajectory over the past several years. On a side note, a couple of weeks ago, I spoke with the CFO at the Henderson mine, and he reinforced the mine's forecasts of stabilizing their production and maintaining that production at that lower level, but still, maintaining that level for several years to come. So, in the near term, by near term, I'm talking about 10 years. I'm comfortable with the revenue stabilization that we've worked into the budget models, and then that'll give us the opportunity to kind of catch our breath and plan for years 11 to 20, where pretty much inevitably we're going to have to look at the mine's complete shutdown. But if we can get things stabilized now, then that'll give us a good 10-year period to figure out the next step, which is to be self-sufficient and sustaining without the mine by production revenue from Henderson mine. So again, we can ensure that this cost containment continues. The good news is that we do have sufficient fund balance to provide reserves, again, for necessary and essential capital projects. We can fund those out of fund balance, and that's acceptable under budgeting best practices. And as long as we don't get too deep in depleting that fund balance, we should be in pretty good shape. On the expenditure side, in the 21 budget, we've got 18.1 million proposed in operating expenses. That's compared to 20.8 million total in 2019, and carving out the capital of about 1.5 million. In 2020, we had operating expenses of about 19.3 million. So again, that's a 1.2, almost a $1.3 million decrease in operating expenses between 20 and 21. Then on the road and bridge side, we're looking at 4.3 million in 21 versus 5.9 million for 22. Quick note about that. A big chunk of that decrease in road and bridge comes from the decision to lease 2 or 3 items of heavy equipment that need to be replaced next year. We had budgeted almost $1 million to, among other things, purchase that equipment outright. We did a little bit of, when I say we, I mean Carl Schell and his staff did some investigating and found a lease deal through one of their equipment vendors where we can spread those costs out over 5 years. And so that's immediate relief from the operating budgets in Road and Bridge, and gives us the flexibility then to spread those payments out so that we relieve stress on operating budgets moving forward. And if everybody feels comfortable with this, and if everybody feels like it's working, and if the numbers demonstrate that it's a good approach, then I think that Road and Bridge needs to continue looking at those lease options moving forward for heavy equipment. Another portion of the Road and Bridge budget that we worked through at some length, the standard budget for capital projects in Road and Bridge has been 1.4 million. We reduced that this year to a much lower amount, as I call it, $450,000. Again, to relieve pressure on that budget. Of course, the trade-off there is continuing to, excuse me, continuing to defer maintenance and rehabilitation on certain roads and other portions of the travel infrastructure. That catches up eventually. That always catches up. So we're gonna need to continue working to find a way to increase revenue coming into the Road and Bridge Fund, because they have a backload of capital projects that that needs to cover the 20 years, that at this point we just don't have the money to fund this project. So that's going to be a consistent and ongoing need and area of discussion for the county and for the board to consider options to fund those projects. Projected fund balances at the end. I'm sorry, I forgot to change this to 2021. At the end of 2021, we're projecting 22 million in general fund, 1.6 million in Road and Bridge Fund, and 532,000 in HHS. And again, good, healthy fund balances. We're glad to see it. We could zip through that money pretty quickly if the circumstances change and we have to move into fund balances for operations. Give a little bit of perspective. This $22 million, that's enough to fund 1 year's operating expenses and have a little bit of money left over. So that's good. I mean, it's good that we have that money, and with careful management of everything, we can maintain the healthy reserves. We just have to continue to be very careful.
Quick question, Ben.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
The HHS fund, That's also known as the Social Services Fund. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I'm thinking about the right thing.
Well, yeah, traditionally, for budgetary purposes, it's been combined, social services and public health. I'm not sure if I like that. I'm considering separating those out in the upcoming budget years, particularly since we have separated the management of those two funds. So I could see having a social services fund being separately stated from the public health fund. So, but for now, I'm continuing the tradition of just merging the two.
I have a question for Keith, I think. In our strategic goals session earlier this year, or maybe it was the end of last year, didn't we go on record as saying that we as a board were going to make some accomplishment with respect to the road and bridge funding gap, maybe even by the end of this year?
Yeah, that's correct, Sean. One of the things that we've been talking about and looking at is the 10-year capital program in Road and Bridge, and really doing a thorough analysis of, as Brent has indicated previously, what really needs to be done. We can't, on the capital road and bridge projects, we can't continue to put those off, so to speak. So we really have to be strategic as to what we're looking at, how much money it's costing, what the infrastructure looks like. And I know Stoy has put together a pretty elaborate evaluation of our road and bridge infrastructure. And we feel as though that we've got a pretty good 10-year capital plan before us. However, one of the things that we're going to need to do, as Brent indicated, is really look at some alternative funding or some augmented funding in road and bridge. And that very well could be looking at the road and bridge mill levy. And we determined that we were not going to do that this year, but as we move into next year's road and bridge budget analysis for 2022, that's something that we're really going to take a hard look at, is what a mill levy increase might look like, what are the ramifications. We'll be putting together a project list that could potentially be funded by an increased road and bridge mill levy. And again, that project list would be the high priority, necessary capital improvements that are going to be something that should be funded in order not to get behind on infrastructure. So yes, to answer your question, yes, we're really looking at that. I know Carl and Stoy have been working hard. I've seen the work that they're doing, and I think when we're ready to roll out that 10-year capital plan and the analysis that went into creating that plan, hopefully, I think you'll be somewhat, I don't know if impressed is the right word, but I know they put a lot of work into it, and it's good justification for what we need to do in the future relative to road and bridge projects.
Very good. So I would say, just from my perspective, after the election's over, I think we'll have some clarity with respect to some uncertainty, and it would be my preference that this starts showing up on some of our agendas, or maybe we could have a couple of special meetings just to be able to make some progress and perhaps declare some kind of limited victory on that goal before the end of the year.
Yeah, I agree with that, Sean. I mean, I can appreciate the more, I'll say, demand side solutions and closing the gap, but the supply side solution, the revenue solution, has got to be rolling. And obviously, I'm not thinking there's a revenue solution in place by the end of the year, but we should certainly make progress towards it. The fact that we set that as a goal and the end of the year is rapidly approaching is important. And yeah, we'll have better clarity on that, but it needs to be a high priority to get solved, because we've been talking about it for quite a while.
Yeah, and just thank you, Randy. The last thing I would say is about this is maybe it's a really good time for us just to do a meeting kind of out of cycle to just review our goals in general and see where we're at. I know that everybody got thrown, a variety of big unexpected curveballs this year, but it's something that I think deserves a revisitation soon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good point. I'm sorry, real quick, good point. And in fact, Amy and I have been working on a kind of a dashboard spreadsheet that identifies all the 2020 goals and the next 5-year goals actually, and identifies what the status, what kind of progress we've made. So that's something we intend to share with you relatively soon. That's something that Amy and I have been working on.
We typically do our retreat for that purpose every January. So let's dig in. You're right, Sean. That's a good point. We've got a couple of little curveballs thrown at us this year that kind of got in the way. But 2020 will be over here in a couple of months. Yay. I hope it just doesn't become 2020/21 will be the joke going forward, but in any case, let's dig in hard in January and look at all the goals, but this is an important one.
I have a couple questions. I think that we have, I know we're not going into the details on this draft budget, but there are a couple of things that I want to just bring up and make sure we're all on the same page on. The first being some modifications I think that were agreed upon, and correct me if I'm wrong and we need to work on agreeing on them, is that we were going to add a full FTE to the housing function. And we were going to work to retain, I can think right now specifically of 2 COVID-related positions, one being recovery and one being consumer protection. I just want to make sure that these draft budgets include budgeting for those 3 positions, and I might be missing one.
Yeah, and then let me just jump in real quick. That's something I intend to complete by the end of this week, is a full analysis of our staffing levels and a number of different departments, programs to evaluate where we're at now, what we potentially need moving forward to complete this year. And then obviously for the 2021 budget, we need to make sure that we've got all of our bases covered, so to speak, relative to programs, staffing levels, and the associated budget that goes with it. So as I said, I'm completing, or I'm finishing up a report for the board. Hopefully I'll have that done by the end of this week. That will take that into account. And then following up on that, we can evaluate or make sure that we include the necessary associated funding. We will include that in the next budget presentation, which I believe is in 2 weeks, if I recall correctly. So we're working on that, George.
Okay. I also want to mention the social services fund. I think we should consider whether we want to make a transfer into that fund from our general fund reserves. I think we basically get one chance every year to do that. And when we transfer money into the social services fund, it becomes available for things like cash assistance. And knowing that we're in the middle of this pandemic, I would like for us during this budgeting process to consider how much the social services fund might need, so that we have the option to deploy funds to do things like help people stay in their homes in 2021 if that becomes necessary.
I think one thing that would be important to revisit before we have a serious conversation about that is the status of the current funds and kind of how things have played out compared to how we thought they might play out. I know there's the housing assistance fund with Grant County, and I think it got seeded with $25,000 of grant money. And I, for one, haven't heard anything about what's happened over there.
Yeah. I mean, the short answer is that all of those funds are going away at the end of the year. But I agree, Sean, it's a conversation that needs to be had that hasn't been had. one question I have that doesn't need to be answered now is if you move money into the social services fund so that you can be prepared for a contingency, and that contingency doesn't happen, are you able to move it back to the general fund in years after that?
I think that was so what you're suggesting is a creation of a contingency, which would be a safety cushion in the event that we're unable to seek the funds for continuing COVID impacts. So it's basically a social services COVID contingency fund for relief. And so that we've allocated it into a position, we've budgeted it. And I agree that my first thought was, well, I'd kind of like to have a clear picture of where we stand on all the funds to know where it's coming from and what the needs are and where it's going to. But that's a conversation we need to have very quickly to understand it, to make a decision. So, because the purpose is to put it in this year's budget. And I think you said we were talking about a presentation on November the what? The 18th or something?
10th.
10th, right. Okay. So that's not very far off.
And just for a little historic perspective, we do budget an annual transfer from the general fund into public health. And historically, that's been about $120,000. This year, that's going to more than double because we need to cover the cost of the public health director. I don't see anywhere in the past 3 years where we've transferred money from the general fund into social services. I mean, contemplating that moving forward, 2021 and beyond, that would be a new supplement from the general fund into social services.
Yeah, I think so. And I'm not saying that we would continue that into the future. I also won't say that it would be a one-time thing, but I'm viewing it as a one-time thing right now.
It's a creation of a contingency fund in the event that we need it because we're unable to find what we need from other COVID relief funds, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I heard. So
A little bit of a related question. Isn't there something that statutorily prevents us from doing that if we wanted to put it into the road and bridge fund though?
yeah, the road and bridge fund is there's a wall between general fund and road and bridge fund.
And the reason for that is that just a statutory consideration that separates road and bridge from all of the services?
You know,
Yes,
I
that's a
don't know.
statute.
Yes,
it's a statute.
Somebody with CCI, I think it was Janie Pingenot, told me that was initiated by municipalities, by CML, because counties were doing things like lowering their road and bridge mill levy that they have to share back, and then making general fund transfers to road and bridge. There's a little, you can call Ginny Pingenot if you want to know the history on that one. But I think, there's similar guardrails around transferring general fund dollars to the Social Security fund. And I think we basically have one opportunity, and it's during this budget.
I think you meant social services. Just to be clear, you said social security, which has
Oh yeah, I meant social services.
capitalized in the language.
So, okay. Well, that's probably enough for that for right now, but thank you guys for indulging that.
Well, I think the last thing to be said, though, a lot of times I think coming out here with an action item because to accomplish what you're saying requires some very quick work to understand it. So whatever we need to do to set up, we need to be talking about that in an informed manner at the next meeting so everyone's sufficiently informed to make a good decision. So work session, perhaps, not on November the 3rd, but November the 10th.
In conjunction with the public hearing?
Do we need to dedicate a separate work session to it, or can staff do the research that's necessary for us to understand this issue and have that be part of our budget conversations.
It's good enough for me.
The question, I think the big question in my head is this reversible? If we transfer money to the social services fund and we don't use it, can we get it back? I think that's the big question that I don't have an answer to.
Well, that'd be part of the information we could have that day.
And I don't know very little, a lot less than about this than you, George, but the other question I would have is there really any genuine urgency around this? Or if it's somehow, if we are faced with a circumstance early next year, is there really no way that we could accomplish it either through that means or another?
That'd be another good piece of information.
Yeah, that would be a good piece of information. My understanding is that the answer to that is that we have to do this now if we want to do it. I think if we had an alternative, I know I explored creating a cash assistance program this summer using general fund dollars, and that's when I learned all this stuff.
Right.
So I think we've got some time on the record talking about it.
Well, maybe the transfer into social services is a different question. So having all that information answered and maybe sent to us in, a good report sent to us well in advance of the November 10th meeting with the answers to those questions.
And then of course, the pragmatic question is, what amount are you thinking of?
Same. Was that a question, Brent?
Yeah, I'm sorry. In the form of a question. So what amount are you thinking of?
Well, I didn't realize that was a question for right now.
No,
I don't have a great feel for that. I think that could be part of looking at we put $25,000 into a housing fund. I don't think it's all been spent. I don't think we'd need more than $500,000, but that number, like if it's reversible, then you put a number that you think is going to be sufficient. And then what you don't use, you pull back. If it's not reversible, then we need to get
More surgical.
more.
Yeah,
Surgical.
okay, good.
Yeah, one thought occurs to me is if it's in the social services fund, it's probably not going to be used, for example, for business assistance. It's for individuals. And so that component of relief that we would have sought for individuals is likely to be the number, that you'd be using to calculate. And because business assistance I can't wrap my head around using Health and Human Services, social services to provide checks to businesses for loss of profit and stuff like that. So, so what I'm looking at and thinking about is our CARES funding and how we've managed that and the conversations we've had around individual versus business assistance. So kind of wrapping our head around that would be a good idea to do in order to come up with a number that fits the category.
Agreed.
Okay, well, I'm going to say that Keith and Bob and I have a little bit of work that we need to do, but I'm comfortable that I understand that direction and think that we can move forward with getting to work in the next couple of days to start getting some answers to those questions. And so my goal is to bring back on the 10th a complete and tight budget that we can put before the public, get feedback, and then work towards finalizing. Other questions? Okay, just a couple of closing remarks. Number one, I've been communicating with Diane in the sheriff's office. She's uncomfortable with the level of the benefit costs. So I'm going to work with her and Kate to refine those to make sure that we've got those dialed in exactly. So that might create some changes in the final budget in general fund operating expenses. And I'd also like to give my really sincere and enormous thanks and congratulations to the leadership team this year. Everybody's done just a great job in rolling up their sleeves and helping us find big savings, little savings, and everything in between. And the cumulative effect of that has been to really bring this budget much closer to being structurally intact, and has given us a leg up on the continuation of that process. So good job, everybody.
Could you just say a tiny bit more about the misalignment with the sheriff's office? Was it a number, like the budget number didn't accurately reflect it? Was our budget number lower than what Diane thought the actuals were going to be, or what exactly are you talking about?
I'm sorry, with respect to
the last item to be resolved with the I think it was the personnel costs and the sheriff's office.
Yeah. Diane thinks that their actual benefits costs are higher than the information that I got from HR. So it's just a matter of sitting down with getting Kate and Diane in the loop and going through those and analyzing it. So if there's something that got left out, then I'll fold it back into the budget. I don't think that the impact would be huge, but my goal is to get it as accurate as possible.
Okay, thanks. I was just kind of curious about the magnitude of the mismatch.
Yeah.
And I would just second what Brent commented about the team approach. And like I said before, I know this year the board has gotten a lot more engaged at the line item detail of every line item. And it's actually been, I think, a pretty efficient process. And it's a lot of stuff to go over, but I appreciate that we were engaged in this way this year. And I hope we continue to do that.
Yeah. I think that the benefit is huge as a two-way street, because it's not just a matter of three commissioners micromanaging, how many pencils to buy or anything like that. It's actually an opportunity for the commissioners to understand the basis of the spending and the funding and have greater value, to each one of, the line items and the departments as well. So we're more on the same page, and our knowledge is increasing as a result.
Yeah. And let me reinforce that as well. In the past, in my career, I've worked with city councils that wanted to get involved in the budget development process. And that's always made me cringe, because what that really means is they want to put their personal stamp on the budget. And when you've got 9 people all wanting to put their personal stamp on the budget, it can get out of hand really quickly. But working closely with the 3 of you this year has been the complete opposite of that. If I was going to describe a model of how an elected body should be involved in budget development, I think I would use the experience that we had this summer with the 3 of you working with Keith and I, and also working with the leadership team. There's been no micromanaging, as Randy said. It's all been high level, policy level discussion, but really analyzing and really evaluating from that policy level what the budget priorities are. So it worked great, and I really appreciate that.
Thanks,
We
Brad.
need to do the Vulcan mind meld with the Health and Human Services budget, though.
Yeah, there's certainly a long way to go. I just want to mention you and Keith as well. You guys have been in every conversation, and I know that was a lot given everything else we've done. And so thanks for carving out the time to do that. As I look at sort of how we are moving forward with fixing these structural challenges, I think the next low hanging fruit might be finding cost savings where there are duplicative services around the county. And that's something I'm really excited to jump into.
Right. It's something actually I know it's something we've talked about for quite a few years, and we've tried to make some ground there. You know, we've talked about building departments and all kinds of stuff, but to continue to look for, we're a small county, and the economics of scale of that service for for a county this size is small enough to not have multiple organizations trying to do the same thing throughout the county. There are political hurdles to cross. Well, anything else, Brent?
Nope, that's
Bullet points.
Thank you guys for your engagement. I was going to mention everything that you already said, so no need to repeat, but I think we've done a great job working with the board, working with the leadership team. We've got more work to do, no doubt about it. And we'll come back on, I think, November 10th and have some answers to the questions that you brought up today. We'll set up some additional work sessions so that we can start discussions on what we need to do going into the future relative to road and bridge and some of those other major functions that we've talked about today. And I think we'll have a little better idea after the election as to what's going to happen with the Gallagher question, both on the county, at the county level, as well as the state level, because that has some major financial ramifications on our budget. And if Gallagher, if that repeal doesn't occur, then the budget's going to take a larger hit. So we really need to be watching that and see what happens relative to impacts on our budget. But thank you.
thanks all.
Well, that said, we are at 9:47. We have a 10 o'clock consent agenda. We could move into that consent agenda, but to remain on schedule as advertised, we could also take a 13-minute break. What's your preference?
I would suggest we take a break. That way we stay legal and do our 10 o'clock items at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I'd have to check with Bob about the legality, but I'm fine with the break too. So. All right, so we'll take a break until 10 o'clock and come back with the consent agenda at 10 o'clock. Thanks.
Brent, you're not muted.
Well, we're at 10 o'clock. I see mostly just names printed on the screen.
Randy, did you see my email that we're gonna remove item number 2 off the consent?
I did.
Okay. Thank you.
George, you out there? Okay, I think I'll presume that everyone else is just sitting there behind their name and move to the consent agenda. So our consent agenda consists of 5 items, one of which has been removed. The first one, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Number 2 has been removed, which is the consideration of approval of meeting minutes. Number 3, consideration of approval of 5th Amendment to the Independent Contractor Professional Services Agreement between the County of Clear Creek and Correctional Health Partners. Number 4, consideration of approval of special warranty deed between Clear Creek County and the Sherlaw Trust, dated November 29th, 2016. And number 5, consideration of approval of 20-107 resolution ratifying the Clear Creek County Fire Ban Stage 2 restrictions for Clear Creek County revised on October 20th by Sheriff Albers. So do we have anything besides number 2 to remove from the agenda for either discussion or a future date?
I don't necessarily want to remove it, but I was curious to hear maybe from you, Sheriff, what you're hearing in terms of, because as I understand it, the fire ban that we're talking about in the consent agenda is making it improper, I guess, to do hunting on private land. What you're hearing about the stage 3 from the U.S. Forest Service, if anything, with respect to, how long this is going to be in place? Like, is it going to wipe out the rest of the hunting season in your estimation, or do you have any feel for that?
That's the only reason we're ratifying the fire ban is to eliminate hunting on private property. That's the only thing that we've changed on that. Really, we're kind of waiting and see what happens with the snow and these storms. It's supposed to be in the 50s and 60s again next week, with winds drying everything out again. So I think I'm going to take it day by day along with the Forest Service and pretty much evaluate it every day and see what's going to happen. So I don't know what the long-term, short-term, or mid-term is going to be. It's kind of a day by day thing.
Right.
So yeah, I can't give you a correct answer on that.
No, that's a good answer. Thanks.
Just so you know, I think this is a great place to toss it in for the day, but Monty did call this morning and gave me a rundown on where they were at, and they are considering it and taking it day by day. And the concern right now is they considered lifting it, but they also realize that they can't be lifting it and putting it back on and lifting it and putting it on. And as of right now, he said the conditions that are there in the field, as they expected going into the weekend, immediately after the snow, wouldn't normally justify, as you pointed out last week, like the 1-hour fuels and stuff like that. They expected those to be drying pretty fast. Scott said those are also the quickest to dry. So the concern is if they were to take it off now and then ask to put it back on, or pretty soon we're going to get tired of putting signs up and taking them down. So he said it was day by day, and they'd be back with us later this week. They weren't going to cancel today. And I would suggest that our conversation should continue to mimic what they're doing and let that guide us. And I'm good with that. So he said there was about a 25% probability in that they would be returning to stage 3. And so if that happened, they'd be asking us to put it back on in a week to 10 days, for example, if they canceled right now. That was their best guess. So.
Just a quick question.
Anything else?
Yeah, I want to make sure I understand.
Can't hear you, George.
Can you hear me? Hello?
What? Speak.
Can you hear me?
Now.
I don't know what happened. I wanted to make sure I understand something. Rick, you said the fire ban affects hunting on private property. I think it also affects hunting on public properties like CPW land, U.S. Forest Service. Is that the case or not?
That was already, yeah,
Go ahead, Ray.
that was already covered by the public land closures. They close those lands.
Yeah, I understand that, and my question stands.
Okay.
Yeah, open space doesn't allow hunting anyways on their lands. HDPLC, I'm not for sure about some of the lands they own. I doubt they would let you hunt on those. But the Forest Service, of course, doesn't allow hunting, and it does state on any private lands or, you know, the lands that Randy was talking about that was incorporated in that shutdown. So, yes.
So I have a question for George then to make sure I understand his question, because it's a good one, which is, let's say the Forest Service lifted their ban, or Department of Natural Resources, CPW, lifted theirs. Everybody cooperated and came in with a ban like the Forest Services and ours last week. Every public land holding entity that had land in Clear Creek County also said no hunting on our lands and no anything. If those public entities lifted their ban, would our stage 2 ban with the hunting ban cover those properties, or would it cover only the properties we own and private property? Would it be a blanket for the entire county? Would it cover the U.S. Forest Service federal lands, for example?
Oh, that's might be one for the attorney to answer, Bob, but I think it would probably, I put in there no hunting at all. So I imagine it would go for everything, because the fire ban covers Forest Service too. So my judgment would be that it would still stay in effect for all lands in Clear Creek County.
And I am inclined to agree with the sheriff on that, although I will also recognize that the forest might not agree, but everybody else. And let me mention open space allows hunting on open space lands, but now it's closed because of they closed the lands for all uses.
Right, and thank you. And Brandy, that's the question I had. Is my microphone working? Yeah. So to summarize, we're not entirely sure if our fire bans have jurisdiction over federal land, but state land is, we do have jurisdiction over. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think that our fire ban also applies to the forest. I'm simply acknowledging that the forest might not agree, which wouldn't be the first time they disagreed with my legal opinion on a subject.
Okay.
Sort of like
Thank
who
you.
owns the roads. Yeah.
That's all for me. Appreciate it. I move we approve the consent agenda with the exception of item number 2.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So we have additional commissioner action items. We just had a really brief discussion about fire bans and the current state of where the professional forest and fire opinions are on U.S. Forest Service and others. Are there additional fire ban actions on public lands that we wish to take at this time or discuss?
You know, we put this on the agenda just as a placeholder in case the issue arose or an issue arose. And I think you've heard from the sheriff, his report, and your report from discussing with the Monty Williams, the forest supervisor. So it doesn't sound like there's something for us to do today.
I think I'd share a little bit of what I saw on this end of the county where a lot of the, I hit almost all the trailheads, and I really want to say hats off to Road and Bridge and the sheriff for the work that was done with getting on where it needed to be signed and getting the signs out and the barricades in the right places. And it had a pretty huge effect. There were some things going on, like Friday night, I ran into some folks that were heading up to St. Mary's Glacier that had just parked there, and it was pretty interesting that they were going to join 20 other people only 2/10 of a mile up into the forest. So they were only hiking 2/10 of a mile to a place where a whole lot of people were going to be hanging out together right before dark, which was kind of bad news, and got the word out. But over the weekend, the Forest Service had somebody then posted at St. Mary's Glacier all day long,
I don't know if it's
turning people around.
That's my
So,
own-
so they did a really good job, and overall compliance was pretty good. The Forest Service did say they had some people at Stevens Gulch who were just walking by their personnel and telling them no, they couldn't stop them. They didn't have a law enforcement officer there. They had one of their just some personnel posted at the bottom, and there were people that blew them off and said no thank you and walked on by and headed up the trail. So they had a little bit of non-compliance, but not a lot. And the main thing I saw was that every place I visited was pretty deserted. It worked. People stayed out, and that was before the weather came. That was on Saturday, and it was about 60 degrees and 14% humidity and beautiful, and the wind was blowing, so it looked like the conditions we wanted to stay out, and the places were mostly deserted. So we have. Go ahead.
I just want to, you're giving me a lot of credit. Road and Bridge, I come up with the initial list, and Colin and I talked about it, but Road and Bridge is the one that put the signs out there. And so they really need to be credited. And also, there has been a law enforcement officer assigned to this area. And actually, he needs a lot of kudos because he's out there hitting it, and he's hitting it hard. He's up on St. Mary's, Squaw Pass. He helped our officers out on a couple calls last night. So it's nice to have that cooperation with the Forest Service and their law enforcement. And we offered up some extra, what we call Forest Service patrols. So we had some extra guys out there helping too. So it's working out all right.
Great. Thanks.
So now that any actions can be taken on this, the last remaining, my apologies. The only outstanding issue I'm aware of is that we have a private parking lot operator that's refusing to stop operating his parking lot. I don't know that we have any action to take on that or not, but if we are, this would be the time.
I was the one that contacted him, and he was very adamant that he was not going to shut down his parking lot. And I don't think we have the authority to shut him down because it does access other areas in that St. Mary's area, and it is the only bathroom up there. And I think Bob can back me up on this, but I don't think we can force him to shut down. We can ask him if he would hand out flyers or post his parking lots, but I don't really see the need because there's signs everywhere up there alongside the road. St. Mary's property owners have put a big closed sign on their sign up there. I mean, it's pretty publicized. And I went up there Saturday afternoon, and there was only one car in each parking lot when I was there. That was after the Forest Service gentleman was there, the law enforcement. So
Right.
I really don't think we can do that, but that's up to you guys and Bob.
I think my response to that, having been up there to St. Mary's 3 times this weekend and to see what was going on, because it was really concerning what I saw Friday night. I'm counting that as one of the times. Was up Saturday and twice, and was that the volume was low and the Forest Service responded by putting somebody full-time on the trailhead and turning everybody away. And they're all coming to that parking lot to get out and go up that trailhead. That's where they go. And so pretty quickly, the parking lot was dried up and deserted. It's unfortunate that we didn't have a, you know, I think if he's asked to close his parking lot, I can understand his response. I think it's one, but we would like for people to not be aiding and abetting a behavior that's, you know, been deemed dangerous and illegal temporarily. And so it would be helpful to have additional signage maybe at the parking lot so that people don't go in, pay their parking fee, and then walk 150 feet up the road and see the signs that say they can't go into the forest after they've already paid. And there was some of that that was going on. But if we don't have the use for it, I think what it does is it informs our decisions in future special use permits for parking lots for recreational purposes as to what we have in our special use permits for teeth to deal with, you know, recreation management decisions. You know, whether it's a capacity decision or whether it's a decision over something like this, to be able to respond to, you know, an emergency. And anyway, I don't know that, I think that since it's going to be going away within a short period of time, one way or the other, the emergency in this case, we have a way to mitigate on the weekends when the risk is the highest. And it's probably not worth getting into a giant fight or legal fight over it with somebody, you know, for that period of time. But it's worth looking at how we do stuff in the future.
Yeah, yeah, we might. I mean, as it relates to specific legal advice, there's probably another setting for that, and I'm not asking for us to do it right now.
Yeah.
I am frustrated. I would hold up the Georgetown Loop as a model for a business that cares about its impact on the community. They said, hey, look, we're paying really close attention. We're making sure we're safe. But if you feel differently, if you feel that we're not safe, please let us know. I just want to hold them up as a gold standard. And in comparison, I'm disappointed. And I think we do have to make sure in our land use, we make sure that we give ourselves the ability to order a parking lot closed for extreme wildfire risk. I also think that there might be something that the legislature can do to help us out because, I mean, St. Mary's Glacier, how many people live up there? Is there 1,000 people that live up St. Mary's Glacier? And they have one exit. You know, it's one of the most risky places to live with regards to wildfires in the county. And we don't have any ability to do anything. So I just kind of thank you for indulging my soapbox.
Yeah, I shared your frustration. That's why I was up there 3 times. It was making me a little crazy. And I was really happy when I saw a guy with a truck right at the trailhead pointing the other way, telling everybody to turn around and turning their vehicles around. A lot of them around before they got parked because they spun by him and kind of looked around and asked the question. And so he did prevent a lot of that from happening. It's too bad that we're having to post somebody there full time and do all that signage and spend all this time worrying about something that could more easily be. And in the end, the result was the same, you know, an empty parking lot by the end of the day. Okay, it is 10:18. We have we're supposed to have a 10:15 biannual update with the Clear Creek Fire Authority, and I just got a text from Beth a little bit ago that Kelly's running late. He had come to the courthouse in person and was turning around and running back to his office to get online. So he'll be with us here in just a minute. So I would say we'll take a break, but keep an eye on your screen when Kelly shows up. As soon as he comes on, you can put him on, and we'll just be reconvening within a minute or two when he shows up again because we've got plenty of time.
Okay, I just crossed Kelly back over for the meeting.
Okay, I'm here.
I apologize for not being at the correct location.
Okay, we are on for our 10:15 biannual update with the Clear Creek Fire Authority. Kelly, would you, if you have a presentation or prepared report, we would appreciate hearing that.
Good morning. Again, I apologize. I thought I was going to be present at the commissioner's hearing room. I sent the only thing I sent for printed information for you was the current roster. Has anybody had a chance to look at that?
Yeah, it's on page 40 of our packet.
Okay. It looks kind of empty. We've had quite a few people leave us for different reasons over the past, I would say 5 months. And currently we have 27 new people since looks like November of 19. So roughly about a year, and probably equally about the same amount of people have left for different reasons. So we have a pretty steady roster averaging right around 50. Of those 27 people, 22 of them are in a current Firefighter 1 Academy that we are in-house. It started September 3rd, I believe, and is currently, they're just finishing up their hazmat operations section on that training. On that sheet, it shows the 2020 training hours, which are not up to date for September, and it shows some shifting numbers, which are also not up to date for September. So the roster is pretty strong. We have, I currently have 3 more applicants online that have submitted their application. They will be waiting until our March onboarding session. So we have a pretty strong word of mouth application process going on. People just show up or they send their email request. We haven't done any advertising for our recruiting outside of the county, but the word of mouth is providing a steady stream. It's really pretty amazing. I've had a comment from one person that's here that has 2 brothers on Denver Fire, and she said that they are impressed with our system and suggested that she came up here and apply. And so, you know, if we're getting that from members of Denver Fire, it's pretty impressive, I think. I'm pretty proud of that. Any questions or concerns on the roster?
Do you have any concerns, Kelly, about the kind of relatively small footprint we have locally now? It looks like there's really only, what is that, 6 people who are pretty active this year.
Yeah, it's very concerning, but what's driving that problem is the demographic shift for the county, and most notably the housing situation. Most volunteers for us typically are lower income people. And those are the ones that are having the biggest problem trying to find a place to live or to maintain a place to live because of the cost of it. I've got people saying, $1,500, $1,800 a month for a 1 to 2 bedroom place. And that's not affordable for lower income people. It's so, yeah, our numbers are down. I've got, fortunately, well, of those 6 that are showing activity on there, that, there again, since those numbers are not updated through September, it shows a low activity. But for our significant calls in the county, all of those people are, pretty active. As I get into this report, I can hopefully make you feel a little bit better about that with our staffing. But I think surely the fire authority is not the only one that's being affected by the housing situation. I'm sure that, most of the commercial businesses in the county are probably struggling as well because their staffing issues are being affected by that housing. I don't, Georgetown's got those apartment buildings that are popping up. The first building is pretty close to ready for move-in, but I don't see those being an affordable housing addition. They're probably going to be, I would imagine those are going to be $1,500 a unit or more for monthly rent, and that's just, that's not sustainable right now.
The dynamic, Kelly, is kind of reminiscent of what's happening with the school district's enrollment. We've got a community that's aging. My parents and the parents of my peers growing up still live in their homes, and that's great. But we have just fewer young people to fill some of these positions.
Yeah, and I see a lot of new people. I live in Silver Plume, and there's a lot of new younger people there, but I don't see them out anywhere doing anything other than, their walk in the evening down the street around town. And then, same thing in Georgetown. There's a lot of, younger people there, but it appears to me that, based on their vehicles and their clothing and their family that they have in tow with them, typically they're probably approaching that middle income structure, and with their families, they're probably not going to volunteer much. So we're going to we're working on a plan for a local recruiting drive, but that'll probably be in March since we're pretty full with new members, and we're kind of on the edge of our ability to be able to totally bring these people on and do a good job with it because of the amount of people. So we will be reaching out to the community as over the next few months to get that going a little bit better.
And I do see you've got 4 or 5 out of district folks who've been around for at least 3 or 4 years, maybe even a few more than that. Do they tend to be career people down the hill who are just up here building their professional resumes and doing stuff they don't get to do down the hill, or who are those people?
No, they're just, all of those people have solid jobs. One of them is a lawyer. Jennifer Marichek is a lawyer, so she doesn't have much activity lately. The others are all just working class people that are coming up here because they really enjoy what's going on and having the opportunity to respond on calls with us. I think also, there's I'm not aware of how many volunteer systems there are in the, the metro region down there, but I believe most of them are, or I don't hear much information about them having good volunteer opportunities. So, some of these new people are, the newer people, starting with Patrick Tanner, they're looking to get on somewhere in a metro department. So they're coming here for experience. And we're going to see a lot of rotation with that, with people coming here for experience and training and then moving on. But it appears, and we're pretty comfortable that they're going to be replaced with new applicants. And I think as time goes by, we're going to have a pretty solid reputation as a place to go and train and get some experience for moving on.
That makes sense.
Any more on that? To go along with that, I've got three of our volunteer members are now employed as full-time shift lieutenants. We started that on October 5th. They're doing a 48-hour shift rotation. So we now have a 24/7 shift lieutenant coverage to manage the volunteer shift program. With that, we're seeing more of these shift volunteers able to come up and do shifting because we have a qualified engineer to drive the trucks. Prior to putting these people on, we had some days where we didn't have anybody to drive for them, so they were limited on ability to come up and do shifting. Those three people were brought up through an officer development program that we started last year. We had up to 8 people in that group that we were training to move up into officer positions. So when we opened this up, we had 8 applicants for those 3 positions. We pared that down to 5 and did 5 interviews. The 4th person in there was pretty strong. So we offered to bring him in as a fire inspector and let him cover shifts for those shift officers when they're doing personal time or sick time. And we're kind of on the fence of making him number 3. So for that, the annual cost of about $256,000. And we, when we get into this IGA renewal, we're going to be looking at asking for an increase in mill levy of 1.07 mills to cover the cost of that. So we'll be discussing that later at some point. Right now, our reserves will cover that comfortably for that 2-year period until that IGA expires. I've had discussion already with the municipality representatives about an increase, and Empire and Silver Plume will have to assist them to figure out how to do some increase there. That will cost them roughly about $3,000 to $6,000 a year. Idaho Springs and Georgetown are pretty comfortable with an increase with what they have available so far. So, any questions on the shift lieutenants? It's a huge step forward for us. pretty excited that we were able to do that, and it's already taken a load off of me. I don't have to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning to go to a carbon monoxide detector call. Stuff
Kelly,
like,
Kelly, was that training program the one that you did in conjunction with leadership over at Summit County?
no, it isn't. This is something that was, we identified in our strategic plan that we thought was important for bringing our people up. We had never done any officer training or development. We'd always depended on sending people out to programs like that Summit program, but this was done in-house, and a couple people that were training it had been through the state chief officer curriculum. It's a 160-hour program over a 3-year period. So we've got some pretty strong people in there right now, and it's worked out pretty good. Plus, it's improving our shifting attendance. Next item on here, we've also appointed one of our volunteers as a training officer. His name is Donald Kugel. He comes out of Summit County, has had time with East Grand Fire and their training programs, and he is our full-time. He works part-time doing shifts, and on those shifts he's doing our training programs. So he's the lead instructor in our Firefighter 1 Academy, and gets everything coordinated on that. So we have somebody totally focused on that program, and it's showing benefits already. We have a pretty full schedule for the year. That Firefighter 1 Academy starts with fire hazmat operations, which is part of the certification. They'll do their Firefighter 1 portion, and then when all that's complete, they will go into an EMR, emergency medical responder class for state certification on that if they choose that. And then come springtime, we have our wildland firefighter red card certification training. And then it just continues on from there. We'll be starting another Firefighter 1 Academy. So we have a rotation, a year-round rotation scheduled for our basic core certifications.
I think it's smart to do hazmat ops first. I mean, it seems like the program's always used to save that one for last, and I think most people agree it's by far the hardest one to pass. So better to get it out of the way right away.
Definitely the hardest, and that kind of, if anybody's going to fall off of the program, that's when they're going to fall off of it, and get that done so that we don't waste their time throughout the year if they choose not to continue. Our burn building is complete. We had our final inspection on that May 28th. Total cost for building that is $459,323. 33% of that we paid for with a DOLA grant. That totaled $151,576. Originally, we were awarded $200,000 for that, but we are responsible as the grant recipient to pay 67% of the project. So since we were under budget for what we had thought we would need, we only received that $151,000 from the state. We've been using the building prior to having our burn props in there. Our burn props have arrived. They are propane filled. So we will have clean burns. The uh, the community will not see black icky smoke coming out of there. It has a theatrical smoke system, so you can go in there and walk around and breathe the air, but not see, 5 inches in front of your face. It's a pretty amazing system. So as we get those props installed and ready to go, we will be doing our Firefighter 1 certification testing here rather than going out of county to other facilities. To go along with that, we have two people we have one person currently, Don Kugel, that is a live fire instructor certified, so we will be able to do that with him present. And then Jeremy Jones, our assistant chief, is almost complete with his testing and certification to be a live burn certified instructor as well. So we will have those on site and pretty much be able to do live burn training at any day that we want to do that. That building is also, that's a huge step forward for us. Any questions as I go along here? We applied for and got a field inspection for being a rope rescue 3-level training facility for CMC Rescue, which is California Mountain Company. They're a rope rescue supplier and trainer. They have approved our facility, including our burn building and the cat slab down in the canyon, to make us the 4th level 3 training facility in the country, which is, I think that's pretty impressive for us. So instead of sending our people for that level 3 training to one of those 3 facilities throughout the country, we'll be able to do that here and host those classes.
Are those guys at all related to the firm that puts on the Swiftwater rescue training?
They do some Swiftwater training as well, but it's not, I can't think of the name of that company that I'm thinking you might be referring to, that they focus more on water rescue as a focus on what they do, whereas CMC is focused on rope work.
Okay.
I mentioned the fire inspector. I'll be training this person as we go along. He's absorbs information like a sponge. It's pretty amazing. And he's got the Energizer Bunny level of energy to do stuff. It's pretty amazing. You give him something to do and he's got it done, and he's back in here asking what he can do next.
That company is called Rescue 3 International, which sounds
Rescue 3.
Yeah.
That's pretty close to that. Wildfire deployment. We have sent some of our people to 2 of the fires. The Cameron Peak fire, we sent 2 people in a truck to that for 2 days. And at the Calwood fire by Boulder, we sent 8 people with 4 trucks for 2 days. They were, the Cameron Peak, those guys were there mostly for structure protection, and they they were able to go out in the field and do line work, and they I forget how far they said they went. I think they got in 2 days. I think they've got a quarter mile of line put in with those 8 people. I believe a couple others tied into that, and I didn't write down all the info on that. Jeremy went with that group, and he was a strike team leader on that, which got him some more sign off on his certifications. So those 10 people got a lot of very valuable experience on those fires and some good training on the job. And they want to do more, but their jobs kind of limit that. We weren't able to send anybody to the troublesome fire because of work issues. People were not able to get off of work to assist with that during that blow up period. And on top of that, we made some money for our vehicle going on the fire, our vehicles. Pretty amazing. We've already received a check for the Cameron Peak fire. Normally, those checks take about 6 months or more to come in. So the state is getting their system cleaned up quite a bit. I'm pretty impressed how quick that came through. Some significant events. We had a fire down in the canyon that involved an open space cabin down by the masonry building. Is by the first bridge as you go into the canyon. That fire was burning. The cabin was fully involved when it was called in. It was vacant other than homeless people hanging out there. We found 2 separate fires there once we did our investigation. Initially, when we got that, the fire was heading up the steep hillside. So Jeremy called for single engine air tanker to come do some retardant drops so that it didn't go over the top of the hill there into that new bicycle park. It was heading straight up for that. We were able to get a really good, quick stop on that, and we ended up canceling that air tanker. We had a good, quick response from Evergreen Fire and Central City Fire, and there was an engine crew in Idaho Springs for the Forest Service. The Forest Service has been staffing an engine crew in Idaho Springs all year, and that's been very valuable on several fires this year that they were able to get to quickly and help us with. So next time you have a Forest Service meeting, pass on to them that has been huge for us. We've had a lot of truck fires lately. I'm not sure why. Maybe due to more traffic and causing the trucks to need to use their brakes more. Anyway, you've noticed traffic backups from that, I'm sure, several times. Once those get burning pretty good, there's just no way to make it a quick incident. They take several hours to deal with. And then once we're out of there, it takes several more, maybe days to get the trucks out of there.
I know we're running low on time. I just want to, going back to the fire that happened in the open space cabin. I asked Kelly this question during a fire authority board meeting. The question was whether he sees cabins on open space lands as a wildfire risk. I think that might be something that this board, in conjunction with the Open Space Commission, needs to take a look at. do we have other vacant cabins on open space land that present a similar risk?
To go along with that, I have offered to the trail crew to come to our red card training and get the training for that. If they choose to get the red card, is their choice. But to get that initial firefighter 2 training, they were very interested in that, but it didn't work out for our last round. But if we could get them to go through that, and maybe even some of the other, maybe consider some road and bridge people if they're interested. But we could also then, maybe consider using that trail crew to do a little bit of fire mitigation on the open space stuff where there are some structures. So we're open to assisting with that as much as we can. And just real quick, we have started a program for doing property owner evaluations for mitigation. We've got 3 properties lined up to do that on to start with. So our fire inspector will be merging into that program, and we will be offering mitigation evaluations for property owners. We won't be able to
Have you talked to
do
the trails crew about the possibility of red carding the folks that work on his team? I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, and Brady and I can't always say things when I think about it, but Brady's one of the lead guys there on the trail crew, and he was very interested in doing that. He thinks, we were both of the opinion that it would be in their best interest for their safety being out in the woods like that as well. So a good awareness at a minimum, but getting them full training would be very valuable to everybody.
Well, they'd be a good, strong resource. You mentioned that at the outset of that portion and, trying to get them trained and it didn't work out. But you're right, there's situational awareness in the work that they do. One of the things I witnessed this weekend was some folks that had a large piece of property. I just happened to run across them. There's a whole string of ATVs and trucks and stuff heading out, and little kid on a little kid ATV, little go-kart thing and all that stuff. And they were dragging a splitter and chainsaws and everything. And they were heading out into their own property to fire up and cut and split firewood. And I was thinking about that as I was watching them go out, that if that had been on public land, we'd have probably said, no, that's probably not cool right now. But we didn't, we haven't addressed that. It was their property to do, and they did a nice job. But our own crews out there working in the woods during these times, their situational awareness again would be greatly improved by going through the training.
Yeah. And the chainsaw, you mentioned the chainsaws. I raised my boys cutting firewood and taught them how to use a chainsaw pretty early. And my youngest son went through the forestry chainsaw training. And when he came back, he said, we never should have had chainsaws in our hands until we went through a class similar to this. He said, we did so many things that came close to killing us. It's amazing. So something to consider for them as well. And I mentioned it that when we do our chainsaw module of that training, that we invite them and get them into that. I can keep going as long as you want. Answer questions.
We're actually a little beyond our 11 o'clock COVID update time. So if we don't have another burning question, thanks for the report. George, Sean, any other questions?
Thanks for the update, Kelly.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it, man.
Okay. Have a good day.
So our next session is our 11 o'clock COVID update report. And I see Tim Ryan and Alyssa and Rick's on. Olivia and others. So Tim, you want to take it away?
I do, Randy. Thanks. I thought I heard you say our next contestant. I was like, excellent.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Let me start with our normal shares. So here in the United States, we have now exceeded 250,000 fatalities across the country. More than half the states in this nation are exceeding previous daily records in terms of new cases. Some have argued that's because we're testing more. That can be checked by just looking at the test positivity rate. Test positivity rate has been going up significantly in more than a dozen states. Some as high as 40% test positivity. Just ponder that for a moment. Here in Colorado, we tested 31,000 people yesterday. The test positivity rate here in Colorado is just north of 6%. But as you can see on this chart here, and I'm trying to move you guys over to my other side of my screen so I can see the chart. The green line still represents the United States. And for the last several weeks, we have going straight up in the wrong direction. Our next slide is looking at the reality here in Colorado. And Colorado is one of many states in this country, like I said, that have significant increases. As you see, this is now 3 weeks running. Last Thursday or Friday, we exceeded the daily record here in Colorado in terms of new cases. Across the US, I failed to mention, we set a new 7-day incident rate high of 80,000 individuals in a single day tested positive in the United States. Here in Colorado, this picture is the same. Over the last 3 weeks, seen a huge spike as indicated there. This last slide that I want to share is, why am I not? Is looking at hospitalizations. And some of you may have seen this yesterday. So this is the projected hospitalizations last week from the state CDPHE, the state epidemiologist. The blue line, light blue line, and the purple line are the model trajectories. The black line is reality. So you see here the black line is in line with basically what they are currently modeling in terms of hospitalizations. Hospitalizations are rapidly increasing. Fatalities are not going up significantly, although we're having 500 to 1,000 deaths a day across the country. One of the reasons one of the reasons for that, although we're seeing an increase in hospitalizations and not a parallel increase in fatalities, one is we're getting better at treating and identifying and managing COVID patients in the hospital, first and foremost. The other thing, through some of the different treatments that they now have, none of them are cures, despite what some people think. They are merely treatments to help mitigate the effects of COVID. So the worry is once this trajectory gets to our state maximum, which is 1,500 beds, we will become a situation like Utah next to us that is now rejecting patients from the hospital. When that happens, the mortality rate will follow this pattern that you see here in front of you. If individuals are not admitted to the hospital and seeking or in getting those treatments, they will likely die. So hospital rates are on their way up rapidly, and mortality rates are likely to follow in the very near term. Last week, the state estimated that by mid-November, we will be out of hospital beds here in Colorado. That was their estimate last week. I won't get this week's estimate until tomorrow, so I'll let you know if that changes. Here in Clear Creek County, stop sharing that. Here in Clear Creek County, our incident rate is 113 out of 100,000 individuals. This last 7 days, we've experienced 7 new cases in Clear Creek County. we have a test positivity rate of just below 4 at 3.92. We do, though, have a significant outbreak. We have in Georgetown a situation where we're testing today probably close to 50 individuals. We're expecting 7 to 10 cases out of that lot. So that's 14 cases for the week if all of those test positive that we are anticipating testing positive. What's driving this here in Clear Creek County? It's the same thing that's driving it in the state of Colorado and the same thing that's driving it across the United States. People are more mobile. They're becoming more complacent and more comfortable with their reality. They're seeking socialization in their small groups, in their small sort of bubble, if you will, with family and friends. It's a false sense of security. Love and trust of individuals does not protect you from getting COVID. So what's happening in spades, as I said, across the county, the state, and the country, is people are having small gatherings either at their homes or in bars and restaurants and the likes of 10, 12, 15 people, 20 people. And it's spreading like wildfire because in the vast majority of those situations I just described, people are not wearing their masks. People are going over to others' houses for dinner parties. There's only 10 people in the house. They all know each other. They all trust each other. They're likely related. They're not wearing masks because they're eating and drinking. The challenge with it is they're there for an extended period of time. It's not like going into a restaurant where you're there for an hour, you eat your dinner and you leave. These are extended gatherings for hours on end. And this is really what's driving the numbers that we're seeing in Clear Creek and in Colorado and across the country. So the outbreak that we have in Georgetown, we're still trying to get to the bottom of it in terms of the number of people involved in the spread. Unfortunately, it was a situation of someone was asymptomatic and spreading it like wildfire and going to several different gatherings and going to several different places. So we're still trying to figure out how big of a bubble that is. So the 50 people getting tested today are a product of that reality. Any questions so far?
How many hospitalizations have we had in the county so far? I know that we had one, sadly, who didn't survive.
We've had a total of 3 hospitalizations and 1 fatality in our county.
Okay.
But as I said, once they run out of hospital beds, that number is likely to go up, the fatalities.
I want to make sure I understand kind of the timing. So I think we have about a greater than a 2-week lag between a decisions we made yesterday and the hospitalization rate. Is it 2 weeks? Is it 3 weeks?
Their estimate last week was roughly mid-November. Their models suggest we would run out of hospital beds in Colorado.
Okay. And what I'm trying to wrap my head around is that the next 2 weeks of data on the hospitalization rate is really going to be based on decisions that have already been made. It's going to be based on our behaviors last week and the week before that. Is that correct?
Pretty much. And this week. Yeah. I mean, the national average is 50% or less actually wear masks across the country. So we're doing fairly well in Clear Creek County with some exceptions, but overall doing fairly well compared to what the national average is in terms of mask wearing and social distancing. So, and as people travel, and Thanksgiving is going to be not good, in my opinion, primarily because people are going to travel. The school system has already heard from a number of people that they're intent on traveling anyway and coming back. So many to destinations that have much higher incident rates than us. So I would recommend that you don't have social gatherings at all for birthday parties or bat mitzvahs or any other such gathering. It's really not worth it. It's just a way to spread the virus, particularly when we're with our close family. It's It's what's spreading it like wildfire. It's so prevalent now that any one of those, I mean, last week, the estimate in the state was 1 in 292 Coloradoans was infectious. So that number is probably now well below 200. So if you think about it, it doesn't take very many of your connections to get to 200 people in terms of your direct exposure to them. So, Randy, you're on mute.
It does to me. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not spending time around 200 people these days.
I think it's the 10 he's worried about too.
No, Sean, it's not, you're not, right. But if you hang out with 5 or 6 people and those 5 or 6 people have direct contact with additional 5 or 6 or 8 people, right? And suddenly that's now a direct link to you. They spent 15 or 30 minutes with somebody or many people over the week, and now they're in your home having dinner with you. You've now been exposed to everyone they've been exposed to over that week, which easily anybody could be. And I mean, you'd be surprised. People are quite social, some people. And so they're exposed to many, many people in a given week, and you expose yourself to them. Now you literally just expose yourself to the 50 people they expose themselves to all week.
So 5 cubed is 125.
Voila.
So that's pretty, and you go out one more layer and it's a little bigger than that still.
It doesn't take much. And if you have a silent spreader in that group of that 125, yeah, I can get the whiteboard. We can do the math real quick.
So we have a couple of questions that are up, and I'm going to go to the second one first, and because it's pretty easily taken care of, which is because of George's comment, what decisions were made yesterday? That there were no decisions made yesterday. The point is that whatever decisions we make take up to 2 to 3 weeks before they affect a hospitalization date, 10 days to 2 weeks before they affect incidence and onset dates on drugs and stuff like that. So I understand. So the point was, whatever things we do to mitigate what is right now a fairly catastrophic rise will not have effect for they're going to impact hospital rates out as much as 3 weeks from now or more. And so that's what that meant. But the other one is from Corinne Westerman with the paper. For Dr. Ryan during the COVID update, with more locals being infected and recovering now, can you tell us what's known about COVID-19 antibodies? It sounds like they're lasting about 3 to 6 months, but if someone has antibodies and they're exposed to the virus, can they still transmit it to someone else even if they never get the symptoms? If they're exposed again, are their antibodies used up in fighting it off, or are they covered if they get exposed for any 3 to 6 months? I think what I'm reading in between the lines there is I may have antibodies, but is it still possible for me to be a conduit between this person who's infected and this person who is not transferring through me?
Yeah. So here's how it works. It's just like, and you'll only hear me say this once. It's just like the flu, in the sense of if you get COVID, and it depends on the individual. This is true for most viral spread. It depends on the individual. So if I get COVID, I have very mild symptoms. My antibody response is quite low because my body didn't have to put up a great fight to fight it off, right? So my antibody will last quite a short period compared to somebody who had a robust antibody response, significantly more than mine. Mine might last 2 months, 3 months. Others might last 6 months. The research is still ongoing in terms of that. If my antibodies are no longer fighting off whatever can come to me, then yes, you can be reinfected. We now know that individuals can be reinfected. There are cases where individuals are reinfected. The challenge with that sort of information is we haven't really been around this long enough yet. Most people haven't even gotten it the first time. So we have a very small population to understand whether you can get it again. So we're going to learn a whole lot more in the coming years in terms of that question about can you get it again? If you get it again, you are in the same boat. You can shed that virus when you have it and give it to others and infect others. So you are not immune for life, despite what you may hear on television, and you are not cured. There's no such thing. Those words were spoken by someone who actually doesn't know what they're talking about. You cannot be cured of this, and you are not immune for life. neither one of those things are true at all, even remotely for anybody. You are potentially get it again, and you can certainly, if you do, you can spread it. I hope that answers the question.
There's some,
I see a question on Facebook wanting to know the exact number of cases that are the result of community spread in Clear Creek County. There's an encouragement here not to be vague. And so I think to the extent that you can be specific, I'm interested in the answer. I'm also interested in hearing, I know there's some contexts where you just have to be vague. And so I'm interested in hearing why
Yeah,
sometimes they're vague.
and before the answer, is there also the question of how sure can you be about exactly where somebody got it? And that probably factors into your answer as well.
Yeah, so I can run you through very quickly how we do this. Let's just use Randy just for argument's sake. So Randy tests positive. We learn of that through the CEDARS, through the state website of reportable diseases. We call Randy and we have a at-length discussion with Randy about his behaviors, where he's been, what he does on a daily basis. Has he traveled? Does he know anyone that's currently experiencing symptoms or has tested positive? A very long list of questions that we ask him. And it's from his answers, and it's why we need people to be completely honest with us. Because if you're not honest with us, or if you're withholding information, it really prevents us from doing our job as effectively as we can. So depending on Randy's answers, if Randy says, I work from home and I don't really have any exposure to people, but last week I went and visited my elderly mother in Wisconsin and I flew there. And 4 days later, after returning home, I started to exhibit symptoms. Based on what he just told us, it would be our conclusion that it was likely the cause was his travel to Wisconsin. Given he works from home, he doesn't really have exposure to other people in Clear Creek County on a daily basis. He has the greatest risk was him flying to Wisconsin and being in Wisconsin. And we would obviously ask him what he did while he was in Wisconsin in terms of potential exposure. So that's how we determine whether it's travel related or community spread or otherwise. As far as the community spread question, of the individuals we're testing today, if 8 of them are positive, all 8 of those were from community spread. The 7 that were tested positive this week, I'm just off the top of my head, of the 7, probably 5 to 6 of them were community spread. We still are having 1 or 2 a week from travel, from individuals leaving the state and or friends, family coming into the state. And sometimes we can't determine because people are so prolific in their socialization that it is impossible for us to determine or pinpoint where they may or may not have gotten it. They don't know anyone is sick or has symptoms. They've been to every bar and restaurant in town. They have had dinner parties. They've had all sorts of things. So in those cases, it's impossible for us to determine and pinpoint where it might have come from. In those situations I just described, we would probably attribute it to community spread.
I have a related follow-on question. I just saw yesterday or the day before on my iPhone, magically an app appeared that uses Bluetooth connectivity to log whether or not I've been around or close to
Yes.
people who are infected. Could you comment on that and what potential that has to make our job easier?
I would love to, Sean. Thanks for teeing that up for me. So on Sunday, some of you may or may not have gotten, and they're going to do it in waves, a push from Google and Apple. They created an app that is probably one of the most secure apps there are in terms of your privacy. What it does is you have to, when you get the push to you, you have to enable it. What it does is it turns on this application, and while it's on and you're moving about in your community or you're traveling, and if others around you have also enabled that app, and the state estimate is that if 20% of the population enables the app, they can reduce the incident by 15%, just by 20% of us enabling the app. So it's an incredibly effective tool, and will enable us to do a hell of a lot better job of tracking. So how it works is, if Randy in his travel, sorry, Randy, it's you're in the top left of my corner.
It's okay, but I can't wait to see Facebook tonight and see what people are saying about me, the panic that's going through.
Yes, the rumor mill has begun. So if Randy enables it, well, I don't know you, Sean, because Sean brought it up. If Sean enables that app, and as Sean moves around in his day, he goes to the hardware store and he goes to King Soopers, but for the most part, he just goes from work to home. And basically, as he's going through those different places, the grocery store, the hardware store, if other people come in contact with him or in general proximity within 6 feet of him and also have the app enabled, those two phones will exchange what they call keys or coins. I don't remember which term they used, basically. Now, what happens is, if, let's say, a week and a half from now, an individual that Sean just passed in the hardware store, although he was in the hardware or in the power tool section, because that's where Sean likes to hang out and spend a lot of time. And he was examining several power tools, and he was there for a good 15, 20 minutes because he really couldn't decide between the miter saw and the high-speed drill bit. And the guy next to him, who happened to be 4 feet away, was also there doing the same thing. And Sean was not really paying attention to him in terms of what he was doing, because both their backs were to each other. But that guy in the store tests positive a week and a half later. And when the contact tracer calls the gentleman to confirm that he is in fact positive and start doing the contact tracing, they will ask him, have you enabled this app? And if he says yes, basically what they have to do is you go on the app and you I can't remember what the term is, you basically turn the key, and what that will do is it will exchange all of the keys or coins that is collected over that last week and a half. And if Sean is one of them, it will send Sean a message that says, hey, Sean, you've been in close contact with a known positive. It's not going to tell you the person's name, and it's not going to tell you where it happened. It's just going to tell him, hey, you now have been potentially exposed. You should take care and get tested and take precautions to protect your family and others. So basically, that's the premise behind it, to really educate and inform and make people aware of the contacts and the kind of contact that you have with individuals at the grocery store and all over the place. It's particularly useful if your group of friends and you hang out with them at bars and restaurants and regularly at dinner parties. It would enact in the same exact way. So it's yet another tool that the state has implemented to help us with contact tracing and to help us understand really the community spread that's out there.
Thanks.
Dr. Ryan, I'm curious, we've seen, I think the City and County of Denver and Larimer County take some steps, issue some new public health orders in response to the fact that what we're doing right now has some holes in it, it's not working. Yeah. Do you recommend that we look at something like that locally?
I do. I know mandating things doesn't make everyone do it, and it's impossible to enforce a lot of those things. But I think what it does, more importantly, is it educates and informs the other half of the population that cares and pays attention to what they should do or avoid. So I think a mandate, like for instance, Larimer County, as you pointed out, has restricted social gatherings to 2 households maximum of 10 people. Coming from 2 different households. It's impossible to enforce. Larimer County has no real practical way to enforce it, nor are they going to. But what it really does is it elevates, for the most part, individuals' awareness of what they're doing and what they shouldn't be doing, and just puts that out there in that way. So same with masks, right? Half the people wear masks. There's really no way to enforce it. It's just a way to educate people and inform them of what we should be doing. So in that sense, I personally, if it was, I would say, I think we should suggest that people shouldn't have social gatherings for the coming weeks. It isn't worth it. in my opinion. It's what's spreading the disease like virus like wildfire in our community. And it's really the only tool that we have to sort of stamp it out.
I think there's a lot of confusion about that. I have heard from a few people, their impression was that 10-person private gathering in 2 households was part of the state's order, not specific counties, and it applied to all the counties that weren't already in Protect Your Neighbor protocol.
It does, yeah. Sorry, the Larimer County one had a little bit more examples of those sorts of things like sports. Basically, when you go to sporting events for your kids, you can't bring the entire extended family. You're only allowed to bring 1 or 2 guests, because they had soccer tournaments where 25 people from a family showed up. And so in Larimer County, what they did was they took what the state had passed last Friday and sort of added some nuances to it beyond just in your home.
And what's the word private really mean in this context? And I'll give you just a couple examples. Like if you are paying your Pilates instructor, I assume that that's not a private situation, and then that 10-person 2 households wouldn't apply, or yoga or anything like that. Whereas where it would apply is if I was hosting an event at my house for just a circle of friends or family. Is that right?
Yeah, so the reason they put that in there is because what people were doing is saying, okay, I can't have more than 10 people in my home, so I'm going to go rent the clubhouse and call it a private party. And their point is, no, that isn't private, because it's not in your home. You've rented a space that you're renting, and you are now inviting a much larger group than you are allowed in your home. And now you're congregating in some place that you rented. So their purpose for putting that word in there was for people trying to get around the regulations or the mandates. So getting around them by doing something like that, renting a space or renting a room at a restaurant, is sort of counterproductive to what we're trying to do. We're trying to limit the spread of the virus. And, trying to find a way around that, it puts us all at risk. I know we've had this conversation since the very beginning, and I've stated it from the day I started. The economics of the community and the health of the community are one and the same. If this virus in Georgetown, just as an example, because it's relevant today, if the virus spreads so quickly and so broadly in Georgetown, people aren't going to be able to go to work in Georgetown. And you're going to fundamentally shut down the businesses and city works and all of those sorts of things just by mere spread of the virus. People are either going to be in quarantine or isolation and no longer able to actually go out and go to work and keep the economic engine running. So I'm trying to protect the economy by protecting the health and well-being of individuals. And if some individuals are going to be irresponsible and try to find ways around things, I really can't stop that from happening. What I can try to do is make everyone aware of what we should all be doing, so that we can call each other out to say, hey, no, I'm not going to come over for a dinner party before the family's to your house, because we shouldn't be doing that sort of thing. And so that's the primary driver behind my actions. I'm not interested in shutting businesses down. Quite the contrary, I'm interested in keeping them open. But in order to do that, I need to protect the health and well-being of your employees.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I wasn't even at all thinking about ways of getting around the rule. I think there's just confusion around what it really means, and it'd be helpful for people to really understand that in clear terms.
The clearest terms I can put it in: don't have social gatherings with your family and friends. I know that sounds, I'm a social person. There's nothing I love more than hanging out with friends and family and eating and drinking and just socializing. But this isn't normal times. And so in order to stop the spread that we're seeing right now in Georgetown and other communities, we really need to do that. I'm not saying hunker down in your house and lock the door like we did in February and March. What I'm saying is add a little common sense to what you're doing. Does it make sense to have 5 people who don't live in your home come into your home for 3 or 4 hours and not wear a mask the majority of the time that they're in there? From a viral load perspective, it makes 0 sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, the letter of the law is 10 people and 2 families. The recommendation is just postpone it.
I'd say 0. Yeah. it doesn't,
I think that the letter of the law is also less about getting people in jail or cited than it is about trying to communicate the important priorities. And that's what Sean's speaking to, is try to avoid that situation. As the number goes up, the risk increases, both in terms of the numbers of gatherings and the number of people at the gatherings. And
right.
anything more than zero is an increase of some kind.
Right.
And,
and the letter of the law is written with a politician's mind writing it, meaning I can't ban social gatherings altogether. People are going to, ridicule me for suggesting that. Personally, I don't care. You can ridicule me all you want. I'm not a politician. I think from a public health perspective, you shouldn't do it. If you need a letter of the law to follow, then I'm happy to put out a public health order stating that. But politicians have to sort of consider the politics of it, and they're not going to say absolutely no social gatherings for fear of whatever they're afraid of. I'm not afraid of those sorts of things. I'm more afraid of the virus and the spread and the shutting down of the economic engine of Clear Creek County.
I think we need to move to an executive session soon. I would like to just share a screen for a moment if I could, because it's something it's one I go back to, and it just take a second. And it's this guy right here. Can you see that okay? This is the COVID cases in Colorado according to CDPHE.
Yeah.
And 1 second here. So if you look, these are the last 3 days that are reported on the right. And here we are out in, well, never mind.
Yeah, that website's a little tricky.
Yeah,
one point about that.
It was just my movement on my pad. That was all that created that.
Yeah, so one point I wanted to make about that, Randy, and I'm glad you brought that up. So I think it was 2 weeks ago, the state epidemiologist, looking at that very graph that you just showed, she said early on, January, February, March, April, we only knew about 10% of the total number of cases in this country and in this state in particular, because of the lack of testing. We didn't have tests in most counties. I mean, Larimer County had 1,200 total tests that they were allotted by the state for the first 4 months, which is mind-boggling. Anyway, her estimate was we only knew about 10% of the total case count. So their estimate is what they knew, but their estimate of the total number of cases is humongous. Her estimate now, in terms of the right-hand side of that column or that graph, is that we know, because of the robust testing that's now going on, we only know about 40% of the total number of cases that actually exist in Colorado. So that's 40% of what is actually out there in her estimates. And she has multiples degrees that I would trust, her medical degree and epidemiology degree, that to understand and know and the modeling. So what you see there is merely a fraction of what reality is.
What I wanted to speak to was just the difference between reported date, which we did several weeks ago, a few months ago, we looked at this, reported date versus onset date versus onset week. And what's interesting is that you see, this is where those really high days where we finally got the manpower on board. When you move from reported day to onset day, you see something a little different. And so just bear with us. It'll just take a second to recalculate, and then to onset week. So what we see happening here is this area in gray right over in here is not really reliable yet. It's why it's down lower, because it hasn't been backfilled by the reported dates, that last high spike that you just saw.
Right.
When we moved to onset week, and I'm asking you just to confirm this thought, when we look at onset week, it's really telling a pretty bleak picture for Colorado, and we don't want to hit the average that Colorado's at. Right now, I did a spreadsheet this morning off of our total number of cases in Clear Creek and the state versus population, and we're still at 48th out of 64 counties, which means we're in pretty good shape. Mm-hmm. But this is the week of October the 18th, which is last week, and that has only been backfilled by 1 day's worth of data. So this thing is continuing to go up, and this column here is likely to be at or equal to this guy later on once these other days are in. And this begins, because there's about a 7-day to 10-day lag between reported date and onset dates before we actually get them backfilled. this is still filling very rapidly at this time throughout the state. And anything we can do in Clear Creek to keep from hitting that, even the state average, which would be, we'd start doubling what we've got in terms of our cases right now, would be pretty important. Now, the only reason I brought this up was it was a stark reminder of what's really happening statistically throughout the state, and how the last few days of reported dates aren't even into the onset data yet, and they're looking significantly higher than anything that we've seen to date. And it really caught my attention this morning when I pulled it up and looked at it. These days right here aren't even in there yet in terms of onset. They're unknowns.
No, that's correct, Randy. There's a lag. I mean, as I stated at the onset, the state received 30,000 plus tests yesterday, and they have the ability to process 5,000 a day. So you do the math quite quickly. Last week, and I think this is just my being sensitive and listening to what people are saying and hearing their voice. Last week was the first time I heard fear in the state's voice in terms of what they were seeing and what they were anticipating coming. I'm not trying to fear monger. It was an observation of mine that I thought, wow, if they're concerned, I think we should all be concerned. If the experts are concerned, then to me, that raises a red flag that says you should probably be concerned too. I mean, I obviously am anyway, that's my job, but it was very telling to me. So it's not all, we can do things to make this better. We can do things to turn this around. In Georgetown, what I'm considering doing is asking the restaurants and bars to close to indoor dining for the next week, to have takeout only and outside seating at the restaurants, and to close the bars. When you have bars open, bars are your single largest point of potential for getting COVID. You want COVID, just hang out at a bar because everyone there is not wearing a mask. The vast majority of people there are there for several hours. Alcohol only increases your volume of your voice because everyone else is around shouting, and so you have to speak louder. And bars are generally not very big compared to, say, a restaurant. And so it's a really good place to get COVID for that reason alone. I mean, not to speak ill of bars. I've been to many in my day. But right now, it's probably the single greatest point of risk that you have as an individual is going to a bar.
Any other questions, comments before we move on to executive session?
Yeah, I just want to sort of describe how this is landing on me personally, as one of the 9,000 or so people in Clear Creek County who are making decisions that impact others. When I started to hear this and saw the stats about the hospital numbers, and knowing that there's a 2-week lag for those numbers, what that means to me is that this week is an opportunity to turn this thing around. It's our last opportunity to turn this thing around before policy decisions around who we can treat start to enter into the reality. And so I think I'm among the individuals who have not been as careful as they could have been. When we talk about having people in our homes and not wearing masks and having that go on for hours, I'm guilty of that. And I had thought for this Halloween that it was sufficient for me to invite the members of one other household to my home so that we could hang out and give out candy and have a good time. I canceled those plans yesterday. I intend to sit this one out. I'm going to keep my headlights off, my porch light off. And I hope others will join me in that. I think that we really have to get this thing under control.
Yeah.
Yeah, I applaud your effort, George, and in your thought and your reflection. Halloween apparently will be warmer than it is today and yesterday. So, still having people over, but stay outside. If it's in the 50s and 60s, you can still stay outside and socialize. I'm not suggesting you can't, but bringing people into your home, or creating a viral load in a small living room or dining room, it doesn't take very long. It's much, much, much harder outside. So if you want to socialize, do it outside. Stay apart and do those sorts of things. But yeah, having people in your home is really not a good idea.
So we have a couple of, we have 3 comments that have popped up in question and answer. They all relate to restaurants being closed and bars being closed, and they are proliferating rapidly as I'm watching. And I don't know that we have time to enter into I certainly don't want to turn it into an open house at this moment for discussion and debate over the comment you just made about closing restaurants and bars. But I just want to briefly characterize them. Why would restaurants close when we practice safe measures, and aren't restaurants safer than private gatherings? So won't this drive them there? And won't that just drive people from Georgetown to Idaho Springs if you isolate Georgetown with a ruling or a rule? And then that restaurants being safer than private gatherings, reiterated again. And then the question, will Clear Creek County Public Health issue a public health order forcing restaurants and bars to close if one or more establishments chooses not to close voluntarily?
Hey, do you think it might make sense to schedule another conversation tomorrow or the day after or sometime soon, rather than try to, because this is an important issue and we're already over time.
Yeah, I agree, Sean.
I recognize that, Sean, and the reason I brought it up, I just said I don't want to descend into a debate about this. I just wanted to let people know and give attention to the fact that these popped up on chat, and we probably need to have a conversation somewhere about it. And we don't have time today. I agree with you.
Absolutely. Let me just say this. Nothing has been decided. Nothing's closing. That's not what I said. I said we may be asking restaurants to have carry out or take out and outside dining only. That's not shutting the restaurant down. Nothing has been decided. And Sean, I agree. Yes, this warrants further discussion. We have significant virus wandering around Georgetown, and we have limited tools to help mitigate and contain that. So we have limited tools, and we need to use some of those tools. So happy to talk about that.
Yeah, I think it's important. It's very, very much like the fire conversation we had. We'll be looking for cooperation and collaboration in order to make the place safe. And you mentioned that you'd be requesting these things as we went forward, and you're still evaluating. So everyone should stay tuned.
So per Sean's suggestion that we schedule something, do we want to try to schedule something right now or do that later?
It depends on where Tim's at on this and how close he is to moving towards this.
Yeah, the sooner the better.
Okay, so do you want to
When you
schedule?
know the results of the, sorry, Randy, of the test of all these 50 people in Georgetown? I think that would be important information if it's going to be available soon.
Right.
Yeah. So what we're doing is using the new curative test that we received from the state. We're not getting test results back from the state in a timely manner, even remotely. So we switched to use the 48-hour test. So we're hoping to have test results back by Friday at the very latest, hopefully Thursday. So we will be making a decision probably between now and Friday at the latest.
I would suggest Friday if other people are open to this. Sean, you and
Yeah.
George, give it time. Let's have the best chance of having that data back, which will inform the conversation.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess my parting words are: this isn't about you. It's not about the individual. It's not about what you want or may not want. It's about the community that you live in and work in and thrive in, and that allows you to do all those things. This takes a whole community to make this go away. And if you are one of those people that doesn't want to be a part of the community, then do us a favor and stay home.
So shall we set a meeting for Friday? And I would suggest post noon on Friday so that there's a better chance of having data in hand, 1 o'clock or something like that.
Works for me.
And do we need to schedule it? There could be a potential action item of any kind on there.
We'll put an action item on.
And would that
So
be a
that-
Board of Health? Would that be a
Yes.
potential Board of Health action item? Okay.
And so what time, I just want to confirm, what time do we schedule that for?
1.
1 o'clock. Okay.
Does that work?
Thanks, everyone. Wear your mask.
So with that, we have concluded a spirited and lively COVID update. And,
Right. Oh,
and we'll, I'd like to move into executive, that we move into executive session for the following purpose.
Determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation, or determining negotiating strategies, or instructing negotiators pursuant to 24-6-402 sub 4 sub E, and personnel matters but not regarding commissioners or elected officials, or the discussions of personnel policies generally pursuant to 24-6-402 sub 4 sub F.
Second.
That was a second. Is that what I heard, Sean? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Commissioners, you received from Nanette a link to get into this session
All right.
earlier this morning.
And we will be coming back after I make my announcement here in a moment. We'll be coming back into an open session at 1 p.m. for consideration of approval of resolution 20-106, a site development case. So that concludes the open business for the day at this point in time. Just so you know, if you want to come back for that, that'll be at 1 p.m. We will now move into executive session, and no written minutes will be kept of that session.
Can someone resend it to me? Beth, could you resend me the link, please? Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Beth, did you find that email?
Hello.
Sorry to still be eating, but my minutes in between were filled with yet more meeting on the phone. So our next item, and I know Sean's not here yet. He said he would be running a few minutes late, and we should probably start without him because he wasn't quite sure how long it would be, and we have a quorum. So our next item is a consideration of approval of resolution 20-106, site development case SDB 2020-0002, deviation from the driveway standards contained in the Clear Creek County Roadway Design and Construction Manual for the property described as Saddleback Ridge Estates, Block 2, Lot 20, Filing 4, located at 27 Swift Fox Trail. Stoy, I see you're here.
Hello, Commissioners. Yes, thanks for introducing that, Commissioner Wheelock. This deviation request is a little bit different from the other deviation requests I've presented to this board, and the fact that it's the request is asking to approve of an existing condition rather than approve of a potential design for a proposed condition. This is an existing developed single family residential lot. It's developed with a house and existing driveway that were constructed around 1998, and it's got a shared driveway that is the common portion of the driveway is being shared between 3 different residences. And the portion of the driveway that we're looking at today is really just the private portion of the driveway that's serving this one single family residence. And the deviation being requested is just for the portion of the driveway from the intersection with the common portion of the driveway down to the existing garage located as part of the single family residence there. The lot was recently purchased by the homeowners, the property owners that are requesting this deviation. It was purchased recently, and as they've moved in there, they've identified a need or a desire to create an additional garage bay that is to serve, could potentially serve as a vehicle garage bay, but all indications of this proposal are that it's going to serve as a workshop that'll be utilized for. I'm not sure if it's just recreational workshop or if there's any commercial element to that, but it's really a private workshop that that they want to add on to the existing garage space there. The portion of the driveway that we're looking at complies substantially complies with all of the driveway design guidelines, with the exception of the grade. They were, proceeding with requesting this variance prior to investing a whole lot in survey information and civil design plans and anything like that, just to kind of get an idea of where the county's at and what we will allow them to proceed with before they invest a whole lot in this proposed endeavor to create a workshop there. And so in lieu of having some of that survey information and other detailed information that we typically require as part of a new development for a lot or something like that, I was able to meet the property owner as well as their contractor who would be performing the construction for the project on the site there, evaluate the site while I was there, the conditions of the driveway. And so really we don't have a whole lot of information outside of my site visit there. And when I did visit that, the existing driveway has a concrete surface that is in good condition. The grades are about 15%, and again, it's kind of a straight shot from the common portion of the driveway down to the existing garage there. There is the potential to improve this driveway or realign it in such a way as that it could meet the grading requirements, but there's about a 16-foot vertical grade difference between the the intersection with the common driveway down to the existing garage. And in order to construct a compliant driveway, it would really require that they extend the driveway down below the existing residence and then back up to meet the existing garage. Otherwise, they would not have really a feasible, usable access into the existing garage space there. And so that's part of the reason that that I'm in support of this deviation request, and wanted to bring it to the commissioners to evaluate if it's something that we could approve of. Again, the house was constructed in 1998. The driveway length right now is about 110 feet. And again, you know, to extend that that driveway in order to meet the, you know, a 10% minimum maximum grade requirement there, it would need to be at least 160 feet long, and that doesn't account for any kind of turnaround or parking area, which we typically like to see at a reduced grade, as well as, you know, the connection to the intersection with the common driveway there. And so in all reality, it'd probably likely be 170, 180 feet long. And again, this is going to push the driveway down below the residence, create some pretty substantial retaining walls, and not really be a desirable condition for the property owners there, and wouldn't serve, would certainly create a lot of additional disturbance and work to pull out the existing concrete surface, construct the retaining walls, and extend this driveway, realign it in such a way as to meet the grade compliance standards. And you know, this is one that again, you know, we haven't really seen. This is you know, requesting approval of an existing condition to allow them to move forward with an additional garage addition onto the single family residence there. The reason why you're seeing this now, and likely haven't seen much of this in the past, in February of this year, we adopted new grading and excavation regulations, and a stipulation in those new grading and excavation regulations require that with a major addition or the addition of a garage, that the existing driveway needs to be compliant with the driveway standards, or else the driveway would need to be improved to comply with those driveway standards. And so again, you know, this is something that they have applied for a building permit to construct this additional garage bay, and as part of the building permit process, the site development department gets a review of those. As we reviewed the building permit application, saw that it was for a garage addition, and evaluated the existing condition of the driveway, we verified that this indeed would require that the driveway either be improved or otherwise comply with the current driveway standards. And so that's why we're bringing this to you today, is to have you evaluate the request there, and then ultimately either approve or of the deviation request, to allow them to for the county to accept, the site development department to accept the existing driveway as it is, and allow the property owner there to move forward with the building permit application to construct an additional garage bay.
Well, thanks, Joy. Well, I think a question I have right off the bat to summarize, I mean, to make sure I understand the summarization. It's an existing condition right now. It's come to our attention because he's asking to put on what would otherwise be an allowable garage addition. But that addition causes him to need to go back into a site analysis and evaluation. And that brings to the forefront the idea that the problem with the existing condition doesn't meet our standards. But the building of that addition, I'm guessing from looking at this and looking at the plan, does not increase the problem in any way. It simply has brought it to our attention. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, there's no impact. There's no adjustment to the average daily trips generated from the site, and so we don't see any increase in traffic or any other concerns that would otherwise, you know, raise the concern of a non-compliant driveway situation.
And to your knowledge, do you know if when this place was built, the standards were different and it was in compliance at that time, but the regulations have changed since then? Do you know what's brought this about?
I do know. I was able to go back through the permitting history for this site, and when this was permitted through the site development department in 1998, an application was received then, and the details of the application and the associated plans for that were to construct a driveway with a maximum slope of 10%. We've seen in the past, and even sometimes in current construction, with these types of sites, with a lot of not a lot of construction oversight, that in some cases, due to topography and in order to meet that 10% requirement at this site, they would have been required to fill the garage area an additional 5 feet to really meet that 10%. So typically, oftentimes when a contractor goes in or an excavator goes in, says, "Oh, this is our planned elevation for the garage floor," that would require us bring in import LS material, raise the pad up 5 feet. They look at it, it's like, well, this looks like a great spot to me. Let's just put the slab right here on the existing ground surface, and not worry about all this fill. Don't know if that's the case here, but regardless, that we did receive plans and permit information for a 10% grade driveway, and it was not constructed. It does not appear to be constructed at 10% at that time, but it was approved of by the site development department after construction. Whether that was just not accurately measured, or if it was a deviation to that requirement that just was not recorded, or something else. We don't have any record of that, of the exact approval process on that.
I was working in Saddleback in about 1974 and was responsible for confirming some elevations and grading, and they asked me to do it without an instrument. And I went and got a survey instrument anyway and borrowed it from an excavator to do it, and was seen carrying it back to the site to check the grading on the other site. And I was asked what I was using that for, that it was taking too much time to get the work done because we were actually measuring it. And I insisted on doing it. So I took the instrument anyway, despite what the supervisor told me, and measured the site and got the stuff right. And that night when I came back in, I lost my job for having been for insubordination, because I actually got an instrument to make sure the job was right. So there were some jobs that were going on up there that were being controlled in that manner, and that's for sure. And I don't think the owners that bought those houses have any knowledge of that. But anyway, I think the more important thing is that, for me, is that it's there's no change in condition to make it worse, and there's nothing about the project that has brought this to our attention that changes the existing condition that's been there for a long time. Does anybody else have any comments or questions?
I don't. I mean, this seems pretty clear cut. Randy, I think you covered some of the things I was a little unclear on. I have no discomfort with this at all.
And staff recommends approval.
Yes, I do recommend approval for this for similar reasons as you there. It's not making a condition worse, and there's not any large safety concerns that were identified due to the existing condition.
I guess I do have one question. As I read the letter from D&D Services, they offered to change the design of the garage by not installing an overhead door. I'm just curious what's being built. Are they building that overhead door in the garage or not?
Yes, the current plans do indicate that the overhead garage type door will be constructed on this, and this is something that, again, this is a new requirement that that was just implemented in early this year, and so as we see people confronted with that, they're looking for loopholes and different ways around this, and we certainly want to explore that ourselves, to close any loopholes or anything, or create any undesired effect. And so this requirement to improve the driveway, one of the conditions there is for a garage. And so we've had, in my mind, there would be, if we're going to create a structure in addition onto the house, that's not going to be called a garage, then it wouldn't be able to have a garage type door, and would more so have a man-sized door. So, as he indicated that he was constructing a workshop there, I kind of offered that as a solution to be able to put this small addition on the house, create a workshop without having to have this driveway improvement requirement imposed on them, because then they're creating this minor addition on the house and not a garage addition. And so we've seen that. We've seen others explore, carports or other things, a three-sided garage, anything they can come up with to identify this as something other than a garage. And so that's really where it came from. But in speaking with the property owner there, they really would like to have an overhead door in this case, not necessarily for vehicle access, but, I think it's going to be a woodworking workshop. Oftentimes you're working with 8-10 foot boards there that a lot easier to get in and out, and just to get other equipment in and out of the shop. So, I think that this particular case will be created as a workshop, but in the future, could be used as a garage as well.
Okay, thanks.
Public comment?
Do we have any? Any public comment on this case? Hearing and seeing none, do I have a motion?
I move we approve site deviation request case number SDV 2020-0002.
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Joy.
I believe that concludes our public meeting for today. We do have need for another executive session, which will take place at 2 o'clock. And so I move that we move into executive session at 2 o'clock today, not to return to public meeting for the following purpose. Mr. Loeffler, you're muted.
Yeah. Thank you. I keep forgetting which button to push. Determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation, or determining negotiating strategies, or instructing negotiators with respect to water bank matters pursuant to 24-6-402 sub 4 sub E.
Second.
Okay. Sean, you said that your timing was at 2 o'clock. You can't make 1:45 work, can you? Okay. I had another meeting at 2 that I'd forgotten about, but
I could do it anytime after 2, actually, if that works better for you.
why don't we go with 2? I don't think it's going to take too long. Is my understanding.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We will now move into executive session at 2 o'clock, and no minutes will be kept of that session. And for the purpose of our archives, we have returned from executive session and no written minutes were kept of the session. We've ended our executive session. See you at 2 o'clock.
Thanks.